There's a whisper of magic in the air tonight. Can you feel it? A quiet hum, like the distant echo of a spell cast centuries ago, lingering just beyond the edges of ordinary perception. Whether you're curled up under a blanket with a steaming cup of tea, or listening beneath the glow of midnight stars, we'd love to know, where in the world are you joining us from? And what time does your own journey into the mysteries of the wizarding world begin? Let us know in the comments below, because tonight, we're stepping into a story woven with threads of power, danger, and secrets long forgotten. Picture this, deep beneath the Ministry of Magic, in a chamber so heavily warded even the bravest aurors hesitate at its door. A young archivist named Alara Thornbrook stands before a collection of artifacts that could rewrite history or unravel it. Her task, to catalog the most potent, most perilous magical relics ever known, each one humming with a power that could tip the balance of the wizarding world. And as her trembling fingers unseal the first relic, the legendary Elder Wand, the air around her crackles with an energy so ancient, it feels like the very walls are holding their breath. One wrong move, one misstep, and chaos could be unleashed. But if she succeeds, her name will be etched alongside the greatest magical historians of all time. This isn't just a tale of dusty tomes and locked cabinets. It's a journey into the heart of magic itself, where every artifact has a story, and every story carries a warning. From wands that remember every spell they've ever cast to mirrors that show desires too dangerous to name, these relics aren't just objects. They're living fragments of history, each one a puzzle waiting to be solved. So settle in, because over the next while, we'll be unraveling the secrets of the wizarding world's most extraordinary treasures. And who knows, by the end, you might just find yourself glancing at your own belongings, wondering what hidden magic they might hold. The moment Alara's fingertips brushed against the Elder Wand's weathered surface, the air in the chamber turned electric. A jagged bolt of golden light erupted from the artifact, ricocheting off the walls like a caged beast, testing its bars. The wand trembled in her grip, its magic pulsing in erratic bursts, as if it remembered every duel it had ever fought, every hand it had ever betrayed. She could feel its hunger, its impatience, as though it were sizing her up, deciding whether she was worthy or merely another temporary keeper. Her training screamed at her to clamp down on the magic, to seal the wand away before it could unleash something irreversible. But the scholar in her hesitated. This wasn't just danger, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Elder Wand's reactions were a language, a coded history of its allegiance shifts and bloody past. Suppressing it now would be like slamming shut a book mid-sentence. So, against every survival instinct, she reached for her enchanted quill and began scribbling notes, capturing the rhythm of its pulses, the way its glow flared with each distant chime of the ministry's clock tower. Yet with every second she studied it, the wand's unrest grew. Papers on nearby shelves fluttered as if caught in a phantom wind, and the temperature plummeted, her breath visible in the suddenly frigid air. Then came the sound, a whisper so faint it might have been her imagination, if not for the way it raised the hairs on her neck. "Thief," it hissed, though no one stood there. "Pretender." The wand's light dimmed abruptly, plunging the room into near darkness, and that's when she saw it, a shadow detaching itself from the far wall, tall and gaunt, its hollow eyes fixed on her with eerie recognition. The guardian of the wand's secrets had awakened, and it did not look pleased. The shadowy figure loomed closer, its hollow eyes burning with an accusation sharper than any curse. "You trifle with forces beyond your comprehension," it rasped, its voice like dry parchment crumbling to dust. This vault was built to contain such power, not to satisfy the curiosity of reckless scholars. Elara's pulse pounded in her ears, but she forced her hands steady, tightening her grip on the quill. Containment without understanding is just fear in a locked box, she countered, her voice bolder than she felt. Every relic here has a history, patterns, rules. If we don't learn them, how can we predict when they'll break free? The guardian's form flickered, as if her words had struck a chord buried deep in its spectral memory. For a heartbeat, the chamber's oppressive chill lessened. Then it hissed, "And what of the cost? The wand you hold has toppled kingdoms. Do you truly believe your notes will tame it?" A stack of nearby scrolls burst into ghostly blue flames, not consuming the parchment, but revealing hidden text beneath, scorched into visibility by the guardian's anger. Names, dates, the wand's past wielders, each line ending abruptly, as if cut mid-sentence. Elara's breath caught. Here was proof. The wand's loyalty was never earned, only taken. And every transfer of power had been written in blood. She met the guardian's gaze. "Then let me document the warnings, not just the wonders. If these artifacts ever escape this chamber, shouldn't the next generation know the price of wielding them?" Silence stretched between them, thick as the magic in the air. Finally, the wraith's glow dimmed, its edges softening like retreating mist. "Observe, then," it conceded, though its voice carried a razor's edge. "But the moment your hand trembles, the moment your ambition clouds your judgment, this ends, and you will join the names in those flames." As the specter dissolved back into the shadows, Alara exhaled, her knees nearly buckling. The quill in her hand felt suddenly heavier, its enchantments humming with new urgency. For the first time, the weight of her task settled fully upon her. This wasn't just about discovery. It was about walking a knife's edge between knowledge and catastrophe, and whether she could trust herself not to slip. The Elder Wand's glow pulsed once, almost mockingly, as if to ask, "How far will you go before you become just another footnote in my history?" The resurrection stone lay in Elara's palm, like a shard of frozen midnight, its weight all wrong, too dense for its size, as though it carried something beyond mere matter. The moment her skin made contact, the chamber's torchlight seemed to dim, swallowed by the artifact's eerie gravity. A chorus of whispers coiled around her, so faint they might have been the creak of old wood or the settling of stone, except they formed words. "Names, please," her mother's voice, or something mimicking it, sighed just behind her ear. "You've grown so tall." Her fingers clenched instinctively, but she didn't drop the stone. Didn't dare. Discipline anchored her, even as her pulse hammered against her ribs. The guardian's presence loomed at the edge of her vision, a silent judge. She knew what this test was, not of knowledge, but of longing. The stone didn't just show the dead, it lured. Its magic was a hook in the heart, tugging at every unhealed grief, every unfinished goodbye. And the whispers knew it. They grew bolder, weaving threads of memory into the air. The scent of her grandmother's rosewater perfume, the way her childhood best friend used to laugh with his head thrown back. A drop of sweat slid down Alara's temple. The rational part of her screamed to seal the stone away, to break its sickening pull. But the archivist in her, the relentless seeker, noted the pattern. The whispers crescendoed when she inhaled, ebbed when she held her breath. The stone's cold seeped into her bones in waves, sinking with the flicker of the torches. It wasn't random. It was a language, a rhythm of pain and promise. She forced herself to focus on the quill in her other hand, its enchanted tip scratching notes onto hovering parchment. Subject reacts to respiratory cues. She wrote, the clinical words a lifeline. Emotional resonance likely a secondary effect, not the primary mechanism. Hypothesis: stone doesn't summon the dead, it mirrors the living. The guardian stirred at last, its voice a blade of winter wind, clever but dangerous. You think labeling its tricks strips them of power. The stone's whispers twisted into a sudden, deafening wail, a sound like 100 graves cracking open at once. Alara's knees buckled, her notes scattering, yet even as terror clawed up her throat, she didn't call out, didn't beg the stone for comfort. Instead, she slammed it onto the desk and sang, a lullaby her mother used to hum, off-key and shaky but defiant. The wail fractured, the stone's glow guttered like a dying candle. When silence returned, the guardian's eyes gleamed with something almost like respect. You learn faster than most, it admitted, but remember, the stone's true test isn't in the moment, it's in the after, when you lie awake tonight, wondering if just once you should have looked. Alara's hands trembled as she sealed the stone into its lead-lined case. The whispers were gone, but the hunger they'd carved into her, that would linger. The Cloak of Invisibility pooled across Alara's arms like spilled ink given form, its edges dissolving into the air, as though reluctant to be fully seen, even as an object. As she lifted it, the fabric rippled not with any breeze, but with something deeper, as if the very light around it hesitated to touch its surface. When she draped it over her shoulders, the effect was instantaneous. The chamber's torches dimmed to smudges of amber, their crackling silenced. The guardian's breath, which until now had been a rhythmic rasp like wind through tomb cracks, vanished. Even her own footsteps made no sound against the stone floor. It wasn't just invisibility, it was unbeing, as though the cloak carved her out of the world's memory for as long as she wore it. A thrill shot through her. With this, she could slip past the guardian's watchful gaze, explore the vault's deepest corners without scrutiny. The temptation coiled in her chest, sweet and heady. What secrets might she uncover if no one could see her? But then her fingers tightened around the cloak's hem. Wouldn't that make her no better than the thieves and power-hungry wizards who'd sought these artifacts for selfish ends? The realization struck like cold water. The cloak wasn't testing her cleverness, it was testing her choice. She let the fabric slide from her shoulders, its weight lifting with a whisper that might have been approval. The world rushed back in a cacophony of sound and light, and there, in the corner, stood the guardian. Its hollow eyes gleamed, but the usual sharpness was tempered by something almost like warmth. You could have taken the easier path, it murmured. Many have. Alara met its gaze, her voice steady. Then they missed the point. These relics aren't tools. They are teachers. The guardian's form flickered, and for the first time, something like a smile ghosted across its shadowed features. Indeed, it said simply, and then it was gone. leaving only the faintest imprint of frost on the floor where it had stood. Alone again, Alara exhaled, turning the cloak over in her hands. Its magic hummed against her skin, no longer aloof but resonant, as though acknowledging her worth. She traced a finger along a nearly invisible seam, where the fabric seemed to weave in and out of reality itself. Here was the true lesson: power didn't corrupt. It revealed, and in that silent chamber, with the cloak's legacy folded gently between her palms, Alara understood the most dangerous magic wasn't the kind that hid you from the world. It was the kind that forced you to see yourself. The tremor hit without warning, a deep, shuddering groan that sent dust cascading from the vault's ceiling like powdered bone. Alara barely caught herself against the desk as the locket of Slytherin erupted from its resting place, suspended midair by some invisible, thrashing force. Dark tendrils of magic lashed from its cracked emerald surface, staining the air with a sickly green glow. The other relics answered in kind. The Elder Wand vibrated against its restraints. The Resurrection Stone let out a high, keening wail. Even the Cloak of Invisibility billowed as if caught in a phantom gale. A chain reaction of corrupted magic was unfolding before her eyes, each artifact feeding off the locket's rage like kindling to a cursed flame. Her fingers flew to her wand, but instinct made her pause. A simple containment spell might backfire. This wasn't just dark magic, it was sentient. The locket had tasted betrayal, war, and the rot of pureblood fanaticism. It would recognize brute force and twist it. So she did the one thing the relic wouldn't expect. She sang, not a spell, but an old, wordless lullaby from the Welsh countryside, her voice weaving through the chaos like a silver thread. The melody was a relic itself, passed down through generations of healers, its notes carrying the weight of quiet resistance. The locket shuddered, the dark tendrils recoiled, as if the sound burned. Seizing the moment, Alara layered her voice with a stabilizing charm, each syllable a stitch in an invisible net. Not suppression, she murmured between verses, her throat raw. Balance. The magic shifted. Her spell wasn't fighting the locket's energy, but guiding it, like redirecting a river's flow. The other relics stilled one by one, their agitated magic ebbing back into dormancy. When the last tremor faded, Alara collapsed into her chair, her limbs leaden. The locket lay dormant again, but its surface was different now. Where before it had been polished and cold, a hairline fracture snaked across the emerald, oozing a thin, dark mist. Not defeated, watching, her enchanted quill scratched across parchment of its own accord. Subject exhibits parasitic magical resonance. Hypothesis: corruption is not inherent, but accumulated, like a scar. Recommend future handlers approach with counter melodies, not restraints. She hesitated, then added a postscript in shaky letters. And for Merlin's sake, never let it hear you lie. The locket's fracture pulsed once, faintly, as if in agreement, or amusement. Alara's skin prickled. Some relics didn't just carry warnings, they kept score. The Sword of Gryffindor's hilt fit Alara's grip, as though forged for her alone, its silver blade catching the torchlight in ripples of liquid fire. A current of warmth surged up her arms, not the searing heat of battle, but the steady glow of a hearth, the kind of courage that didn't roar, but endured. For the first time since entering the vault, the weight of the relics didn't press against her ribs like a warning. This artifact felt different. Alive, yes, but not hungry. Not waiting to be taken. Then the guardian materialized beside her, its shadow stretching long across the sword's gleaming surface. "Beware," it murmured, its voice the scrape of a whetstone against steel. Even the purest weapon can blind its wielder to their own limits. The words landed like cold water down her spine. Alara's fingers twitched around the hilt, torn between the sword's intoxicating reassurance and the truth coiled beneath the guardian's warning. How many before her had clutched this blade, certain of their righteousness, only to stride headlong into folly? She loosened her grip, letting the sword's energy ebb back into itself. "You're right," she admitted, meeting the guardian's hollow gaze. "Courage isn't fearlessness. It's knowing when to hesitate." The blade pulsed once, as if in approval, and the guardian's form softened at the edges, not quite a smile, but something close. As she set the sword back on its stand, its warmth lingered on her palms like a promise, or perhaps a reminder. True power wasn't in the yielding of a relic, but in the wisdom to release it. The next artifact awaited a small, unassuming mirror propped against the far wall, its frame etched with runes that seemed to shift when she blinked. But the sword's lesson hummed in her veins as she approached. This time, she wouldn't just study the magic, she'd let it study her in return. The Marauder's map lay flat and lifeless on the desk, its parchment yellowed with age, but giving away nothing. No ink, no lines, not even a whisper of the mischief it once enabled. Alara ran her fingers along its edge, feeling the faintest hum of magic beneath the surface, like a sleeping creature waiting for the right words to wake it. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," she murmured, and the map erupted to life. Ink bloomed across the page in swirling tendrils, sketching corridors and staircases that twisted in impossible ways, names flickering into existence like fireflies caught mid-flight. There, hidden beneath the ministry's official blueprints, was a network of passageways even she hadn't known existed, and one, marked by a tiny, pulsing X, led straight to a vault labeled Restricted, Level 10 and below. Her breath hitched. Level 10 wasn't just off limits, it was myth, a rumor passed between oars in hushed tones. The map's ink shimmered, tracing a path through disused flue networks, and behind a statue of Urg the Unclean, whose hollow eye socket served as a keyhole. But as she leaned closer, the guardian's hand slammed down on the parchment, its bony fingers smudging the ink as though erasing it from reality. "No," it said, the word final as a tomb ceiling. "That is not a path for living feet." Alara jerked back, the map's magic recoiling under the guardian's touch. "But the knowledge she started is not knowledge," the guardian interrupted, its voice dropping to a whisper. "It is a wound. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. Some hungers cannot be unlearned." The map's ink darkened, as if absorbing the warning, and the X marking the vault trembled, then vanished entirely, leaving only blank parchment in its wake. For a long moment, Alara stared at the now empty space, her curiosity a live wire in her chest. The archivist in her ached to unravel the mystery, to follow the trail, no matter the cost. But the guardian's words echoed, heavy with the weight of centuries. This wasn't like the Elder Wand's arrogance, or the Resurrection Stone's grief. This was fear. Raw, primal, and shared the kind that made even a being of pure magic hesitate. She exhaled, rolling the map shut with deliberate care. "Then I'll trust your judgment," she said, though the words tasted like ash. The Guardian's grip loosened, its tension easing, but as Alara turned away, the map's edge curled ever so slightly against her palm, as if to say, "Not today." But perhaps tomorrow. The Time Turner's golden chain slithered through Alara's fingers like sand through an hourglass, each link whispering against her skin with the weight of centuries. Up close, its inner mechanisms were a labyrinth of spinning gears and celestial engravings, so finely crafted they seemed less like metal and more like frozen fragments of time itself. A single touch sent a shudder through the device. The smallest gear twitched counter-clockwise, and for half a heartbeat, the torches in the chamber flared blue, their light stretching backward as though the flames remembered yesterday's burn. The Guardian's shadow loomed over her shoulder, its breath frosting the air. "Turn but one cog too far," it warned, "and you'll find more than minutes unraveling." Time isn't a thread to be tugged, it's a tapestry. Pull one loose strand, and the whole picture warps. Alara's thumb hovered over the central dial. How many wizards had succumbed to this moment? The temptation to undo a single mistake, to whisper a warning to their past selves, was a siren song louder than any spell. She could almost feel the Turner's magic coiling around her wrist, eager, hungry. Then, a flicker at the edge of her vision, a child's laughter. Hers, there, between one blink and the next, stood a girl of no more than 6, her boots scuffed from climbing apple trees, her pockets bulging with forbidden sweets. The vision, if that's what it was, grinned up at her, utterly unafraid, utterly alive. Then she vanished, leaving only the scent of crushed grass and a question ringing in Alara's skull. Was that the Time Turner's trick, or a memory you've buried too deep to face? Her hands trembled as she placed the artifact back on its velvet cushion. The Guardian said nothing, but its silence was approval enough. For the first time, Alara understood the true danger of these relics. It wasn't their power, it was how perfectly they mirrored the cracks in a human heart, and how gently they could widen them. She turned away, but not before catching her own reflection in the Time Turner's polished surface. The woman staring back looked older, wiser, and for the briefest moment, terribly, unbearably lonely. The mirror of Erai's surface shimmered like liquid mercury as Alara stepped before it, her reflection dissolving into something far grander. There she stood, not in a dusty vault, but in a sunlit hall lined with towering shelves, her name etched into plaques alongside legends like Bathilda Bagshot and Newt Scamander. Crowds of young scholars pressed forward, clutching copies of Thornbrook's compendium of magical artifacts, their eyes alight with admiration. The image was so vivid, she could almost smell the ink on fresh parchment, feel the weight of a medal around her neck. Her chest swelled with longing, sharp as a knife between her ribs. Then the Guardian's withered hand passed over the glass, and the vision shattered like ice, dropped onto stone. Desire, it intoned, is a compass that points only to itself. Look too long, and you'll forget which way is true north. The mirror's surface rippled, showing her own face again, ordinary, uncertain, with ink smudged on her cheek and exhaustion bruising her eyes. The contrast was brutal. Alara's fingers clenched at her sides. She'd spent years chasing recognition, believing it would prove her worth, but the mirror's cruel clarity laid bare the truth. Her hunger for glory had been just another kind of blindness. Slowly, deliberately, she reached out and touched the glass, not to summon another fantasy, but to steady herself against its pull. Knowledge shouldn't be a trophy, she murmured, more to herself than the guardian. It should be a torch, something to light the way, not just burnish your name. The mirror darkened, its silver sheen dulling to a depthless black. Yet instead of emptiness, Alara felt an odd lightness, as though she'd set down a burden she hadn't known she was carrying. The guardian observed her in silence, its hollow gaze unreadable. Then, with a sound like a sigh woven through centuries, it gestured to the next relic, a small, iron-bound chest, rattling as if something inside were fighting to get out. She hesitated only a moment before turning away from the mirror. The greatest lesson wasn't in resisting desire, she realized. It was in choosing what to desire in the first place. The vanishing cabinet groaned like an old man, waking from a century's slumber, its doors shuddering apart with a crack that split the air like a snapped wand. Before Alara could lunge forward, a whirlwind of spectral energy exploded outward. A poltergeist, all jagged grin and tattered sleeves, spinning through the chamber like a tornado with a grudge. Books tore from shelves in flurries of parchment. Inkwells appended themselves in midair, and a particularly ancient globe of the moon began bouncing off the walls with alarming velocity. Elara's wand was in her hand before she'd fully processed the chaos, but the first spell she cast, a hasty Immobulus, sliced harmlessly through the poltergeist's insubstantial form. It cackled high and mocking before hurling a quill stand at her head. She ducked, feeling the rush of air as it grazed her ear. Think, poltergeists weren't bound by ordinary magic. They fed on disorder, thrived in pandemonium. Fighting force with force would only fuel it. Then her gaze snagged on the cabinet's interior, where the faintest glimmer of runes pulsed beneath layers of dust. Of course, the original enchantment hadn't failed. It had been overloaded. The cabinet wasn't just a prison, it was a sieve, designed to bleed off excess energy in controlled bursts. But centuries of neglect had clogged its channels. She pivoted, shouting a spell she'd only ever seen in footnotes. Recludo aeternum. The words left her throat raw, as if she'd swallowed glass. The runes flared gold, and for a heartbeat, the poltergeist's laughter turned to a shriek of outrage as an invisible current dragged it backward. The cabinet doors trembled, resisting. Elara's muscles burned with the effort of holding them open, just wide enough to let the chaos funnel back in. Too fast, and the mechanism would jam again. Too slow, and the poltergeist would wriggle free. Then, with a final, ear-splitting wail, the entity was sucked into the darkness. Alara slammed the doors shut, her palms scorched by the sudden heat of reactivated wards. Silence crashed down, broken only by the soft plink of a stray quill hitting the floor. The guardian materialized beside her, its usual disapproval tempered by something almost like surprise. You didn't banish it, it observed. You repaired. Alara wiped her soot-streaked face with a trembling sleeve. Some things aren't meant to be destroyed, she breathed. Just recalibrated. The cabinet gave a faint, contented hum, as if agreeing, and for the first time, the guardian's nod carried something deeper than grudging respect, the quiet acknowledgement that perhaps, just perhaps, this vault had finally met an archivist worthy of its secrets. The philosopher's stone glowed in Alara's cupped hands like captured sunlight, its warmth seeping into her skin with an almost living pulse. Up close, it wasn't just gold. It was every shade of dawn and harvest and honey, shifting with each slight turn of her wrist. The legends hadn't done it justice. This wasn't merely an object, it was a presence, humming with a promise that slithered into her thoughts. Imagine never fearing death, never losing anyone again. Her fingers tightened instinctively, her breath catching. What could she accomplish with eternity? The archives she could build, the mysteries she could solve. Then the stone's light flickered. Just for a heartbeat, the warmth turned cloying, thick as syrup in her lungs. A vision lashed across her mind, herself centuries hence, surrounded by towering stacks of knowledge, her face unchanged while the world crumbled and regrew around her. Alone, always alone, the stone's whispers coiled tighter. Immortality isn't a gift, it's a weight, and only the greedy mistake one for the other. Alara's grip faltered. She forced herself to exhale, to set the stone gently onto the desk beside her quill. The archivist in her took over, hands steady as she measured its luminescence, recorded the way its glow dimmed when exposed to moonstone dust. Clinical, precise, this was the lesson, wasn't it? The stone didn't test resolve. It revealed priorities. The guardian's shadow stretched across her notes, its voice softer than she'd ever heard it. You understand now. The stone's true power isn't in eluding death. It's in accepting life. Its bony finger tapped the parchment where she'd scribbled her final observation. Subject's allure fades when held at arm's length. Hypothesis. Its magic mirrors the wielder's relationship with time itself. A slow nod. Then, without warning, the guardian reached into its own chest where a heart might have been, and withdrew a key forged from what looked like starlight and obsidian. The catalog is complete, it said, offering the key with a solemnity that made the air tremble. But the final test isn't of knowledge, it's of trust. Alara's pulse stuttered as the key settled into her palm, cold and heavy. The guardian stepped back, its form dissolving into the vault's shadows. Turn it in the lock behind you, came its fading whisper. And remember, some doors don't lead where you expect. They lead where you need to go. The key throbbed once, like a second heartbeat, as Alara turned toward the door she'd never noticed before. Old oak banded with iron, its lock shaped like an open hand. The kind of door that didn't just hide secrets, it kept them. The guardian's skeletal fingers uncurled like dead branches in spring, revealing the relic nestled in its palm, what remained of the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. Once a masterpiece of silver and sapphire, now it lay fractured, its delicate filigree spider-webbed with cracks that pulsed a sickly violet light. The air around it buzzed unevenly, as though its magic were a sputtering candle on the verge of guttering out entirely. Alara's breath caught. This wasn't just damage, it was pain. The diadem remembered its shattering, remembered the fiend fire that had scorched its wisdom into agony. She reached out, then hesitated. The other relics had tested her restraint or her courage. This one asked something far more dangerous, her compassion. To restore it meant pouring her own magic into those fractures, knowing its memories might flood her in return. The guardian's voice was a dry rustle. Rowena's heirloom chooses not its wearers, but its healers. Many have tried, all have fled. Alara's fingers closed around the diadem. The moment she touched it, the vision struck. An avalanche of whispers, centuries of Ravenclaw scholars gasping in frustration as their brilliance slipped through their fingers like mist. The diadem's purpose had never been to grant knowledge. It was meant to clarify, to sharpen the mind's edge until truth gleamed undeniable. But now, its magic was a shattered mirror, reflecting only fragments. She exhaled, pouring her magic into it not as a conqueror, but as a weaver. Thread by thread, she traced the cracks with her wand, her incantation less a spell than a lullaby. The diadem shuddered, resisting. It had learned mistrust. So she showed it her own memories, late nights, hunched over manuscripts, the sting of unanswered questions, the relentless hunger to understand. The moment the diadem recognized a kindred ache, its resistance broke, the cracks sealed with a sound like ice melting in spring. Light, true, and blue as Ravenclaw's banners, spilled from its restored surface. And there, in the depths of its central sapphire, Alara saw not her reflection, but a fleeting glimpse of Rowena herself nodding. The guardian's smile was a mere tilt of its shadowed jaw, but its eyes held something almost human. "You didn't just mend the relic," it murmured. "You honored its purpose." The diadem's glow brightened, as if agreeing, and for the first time, the vault's oppressive silence felt less like a warning and more like a held breath, waiting to see what she'd do next. The moment the diadem's glow steadied into a serene, unwavering light, the entire chamber shuddered, not with the violent tremors of before, but with a deep, resonant hum, as though the very stones were singing. Every relic in the vault responded at once. The Elder Wand's restless energy settled into a low thrum. The Resurrection Stone's whispers softened to a murmur. Even the Vanishing cabinet's creaks stilled. Their magics wove together in the air, threads of gold and silver and midnight blue, forming an intricate lattice that arched over the room like a cathedral's ribbed vault. Elara's skin prickled as the energy brushed against her, not hostile, not hungry, but aligned. The guardian stepped forward, its hollow eyes reflecting the shimmering web above. For the first time, it seemed smaller, its edges less defined, as though the shadows composing it were unraveling. "You didn't just record their natures," it said, voice feather light. "You listened, and in doing so, you gave them what they'd been missing: harmony." Its bony fingers reached out, not to warn or restrain, but to gently press against Elara's palm. A shock of warmth bloomed where they touched, and suddenly, she understood. The relics had never been mere objects. They were echoes of people, of choices, of moments so potent, they'd etched themselves into magic itself. The vault wasn't a prison, it was a choir, and now, after centuries of dissonance, their song was whole again. The guardian's form dissolved like mist in sunlight, its final breath a sigh of release. The lattice above pulsed once, bright as a supernova, then settled into the walls, the floor, the very air. Not gone, but part of the archive now, part of her. Silence returned, but it was a different kind of quiet, not absence, presence. Alara turned slowly, taking in the relics, each one resting peacefully in its place. Her quill hovered over the final page of her notes, ink pooling like a question. Then she smiled and wrote just 2 words: "Work complete." Somewhere beyond the vault, a clock tower chimed. A new hour, a new beginning, and for the first time in centuries, the door to the archives stood unlocked. The final stroke of Alara's quill hovered above the parchment, ink glistening like a drop of midnight under the torchlight. She let it fall, sealing the last observation, a footnote on the diadem's resonance with lunar cycles, and sat back, her spine protesting as though it had absorbed every hour of her labor. The tome before her was no ordinary ledger. Its spine stretched thicker than her forearm, pages swollen with ink and pressed memories, enchanted to shift and expand as future archivists added their own discoveries. This wasn't just a catalog, it was a living testament to magic's untamed heart. The ministry officials arrived at dusk, their polished boots clicking against the vault's stone floor like a metronome measuring her fate. Their expressions flickered between awe and unease as they flipped through the tome's pages, their fingers recoiling when the Elder Wand's entry emitted a warning spark. The tallest, a witch with silver-streaked hair and a monocle that darkened when she lied, cleared her throat. "Miss Thornbrook," she said, voice crisp as new parchment, "this exceeds every expectation. We've spent centuries containing these relics. You've given us a way to converse with them." Alara's pulse stuttered when the official slid a sealed scroll across the desk, an offer for head archivist, complete with a vault key pendant and a stipend that could buy a small island. The weight of it should have made her giddy. Instead, her gaze drifted to the cabinet where the time turner lay dormant. Its central cog had ticked once this morning, entirely on its own. And the locket's fracture, still losing mist. "I'm honored," she began, flexing her ink-stained fingers, "but the work isn't finished." The officials exchanged glances. The witch adjusted her monocle. "Surely you've documented every possible." "Not documented," Alara corrected gently. "Listened, and they're still speaking." She touched the tome's cover, where the relic's magics had left faint, interlocking sigils, a language no one had deciphered yet. The pendant on the desk gleamed, tempting as a portkey to safety. But safety had never been the point. The officials left with promises to consider her unique perspective, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. Alone again, Elara pressed her palm to the tome. The Diadem's entry warmed beneath her touch, casting a blue halo over her weary smile. Some doors weren't meant to close. And some callings, they didn't fit neatly into scrolls or titles. They unfolded, endless as the pages before her, waiting for the next line to be written. The Elder Wand lay motionless in its velvet-lined case, its once feral magic now subdued, not broken, but understood. Alara traced the air above it with a fingertip, close enough to feel the hum of its power, but no longer tempted to grasp it. How different this moment felt from her first trembling encounter. Back then, she'd seen relics as puzzles to solve, their secrets trophies to claim. Now she recognized the deeper truth. Magic like this wasn't meant to be mastered. It was meant to be met with reverence and restraint. A draft stirred the pages of her open ledger, rustling notes that told more than just observations. They told a story. Not of conquest, but of conversation. The wand's entry stood out, its ink darker where she'd added a postscript weeks ago. "Power seeks equilibrium. The hand that wields without demanding is the hand it remembers longest." She smiled. The wand hadn't changed. She had. The archive doors groaned as she pushed them shut, their ancient hinges singing a familiar chorus. Sunset painted the corridor outside in streaks of amber and violet, the light catching on her new pendant. The head archivist's key, still warm from where it had rested against her skin. The ministry's offer had come with a dozen conditions, all of which she'd refused. True stewardship couldn't thrive under quotas and deadlines. Some truths unfolded in their own time. As the lock clicked behind her, a peculiar certainty settled in her chest. This wasn't an ending, it was an invitation. Somewhere beyond these walls, other relics waited, whispering, wondering, testing their keepers just as these had tested her. And perhaps when the moment was right, their paths would cross hers too. The key pulsed once in her palm, as if agreeing. Then, with a deep breath and a lighter step, Alara Thornbrook walked toward the next question. The great hall of the ministry shimmered with enchanted chandeliers, their light catching on the gilded edges of awards and the polished buttons of dignitaries' robes. Alara stood at the podium, the weight of her head archivist's pendant pressing against her collarbone as applause rippled through the crowd. The minister himself had just finished praising her unprecedented contribution to magical preservation, his words ringing with the kind of finality that usually marked the end of a story. But then, a prickle of heat against her hip. The satchel at her side trembled, its leather straining as if something inside had taken a sudden, sharp breath. Her fingers twitched toward the clasp, but she forced them still. The diadem's glow was unmistakable now, seeping through the fabric in pulses of sapphire light, each one stronger than the last. Around her, the ceremony continued undisturbed, glasses clinking, laughter bubbling, but the air smelled different, not of champagne and candle wax, but of ozone and old parchment, the scent of magic gathering like a storm. The diadem wasn't just reacting, it was answering something. Her gaze darted to the vault's overseer, a stoic, which stationed near the doors. The woman's hand had drifted to her wand, her eyes locked on Alara's satchel with dawning alarm. They both knew relics didn't stir without cause, not like this, not after being catalogued. The diadem's light flared once, so bright it cast the shadows of every attendant onto the walls, elongated, twisted, their outlines flickering with hints of antlers and wings, and shapes no human form should hold. Then, as abruptly as it began, the glow vanished. The crowd murmured, shifting uncomfortably. Had they seen, felt it? Alara's smile never wavered as she accepted the scroll of honor, but her mind raced. The diadem had shown her Rowena's approval. What if it hadn't been a farewell, but a summons? Later, in the empty corridor, she unclasped the satchel. The diadem lay inert, its usual soft radiance muted. Yet when she lifted it, the metal thrummed, not with its own magic, but with an echo, a resonance. Somewhere, something older than the ministry, older than Hogwarts, had stirred in response to her work. The realization settled over her like a cloak. She hadn't just documented relics. She'd reconnected them, and whatever slept beneath the world's foundations, it was waking up. The pendant around her neck warmed suddenly, its key-shaped blade aligning itself to point due north. Toward the mountains, toward the stories even the archives didn't dare name. Alara exhaled, folding the diadem into a scrap of enchanted silk. The ceremony's applause still rang in her ears, but it sounded different now, less like celebration, more like the drumbeat before a march. Some quests end with a reward, others begin with one. Snowflakes spiraled against the windowpane as Alara traced the tome's spine, the leather humming under her fingertips like a resting dragon. The book had changed since the ceremony, its pages now occasionally shuffling on their own, ink rearranging itself into new patterns when left unattended. Not errors, messages. The diadem's pulse still echoed in her bones, a compass needle tugging her toward the highlands, but the tome whispered of closer secrets, Beneath the entry for the Vanishing cabinet, fresh script unfurled like a fern in spring. Forgotten sister in Prague, buried beneath the astronomer's clock. She hungers for home. A knock shattered the silence. The ministry overseer stood rigid in the doorway, her usual composure fraying at the edges. "You felt it too," she said, not a question. "The surge during your speech." The wards in level 10 trembled. She pressed a sealed dossier into Alara's hands, thin, but weighted with dread. Inside, sketches of a stone tablet, covered in spirals that moved under scrutiny, its caption speaking of a threshold and a gatekeeper's toll. The final page held a single sentence, redacted over and over until the parchment nearly tore. "The oldest magic isn't in relics, it's what made them." Alara's breath fogged the air, though the fire burned high. She thought of the time Turner's phantom laughter, the way the mirror of Arized had shown her not just ambition, but loneliness. The relics weren't just tools or tests. They were echoes of whatever slept beneath the world, fragments of a language older than wands. The overseer gripped her wrist, her nails biting. "They want you to find it, but ask yourself," her voice dropped to a whisper, "is it waking up, or are we digging it up?" Outside, the snow thickened, each flake catching the light like a tiny mirror. Alara closed the dossier and tucked it beside the tome. The pendant around her neck swung forward, its key pointing unerringly north, toward the cold, toward the dark, toward the question she'd been too cautious to voice until now. What if the relics weren't the end of the story, but the first chapter? She fastened her cloak, the diadem's glow seeping through the satchel's fabric to paint the floor with rippling blue. The tome's pages rustled in agreement. Some doors didn't need keys, they needed keepers, and as the wind howled against the window, Alara Thornbrook stepped into the storm, ready to meet what called her.